Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear us all right? Hopefully so. If for any reason you're having trouble hearing us or the game audio, let me know.
Mm-hmm.
But hello again, Moonlee, and hello again, Darren. I know I already said hi in the chat, but figured I'd say it out loud as well. I hope you guys are doing well, and we're back at it again with the Great Ace Attorney. We're not official. We don't have our badges on.
Oh.
Hang on. I'm so sorry you had to see us like this. You had to see us look so unprofessional. Give me one second. Let me make sure we get our attorney badges on here. There you go. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Oh, except that looks like it's stabbing you right in the chin. Whoa, no.
Okay. Okay.
Nope. There we go.
It's fine.
It's fine. No, I needed it to be fine.
It's fine.
It wasn't fine to me. All right, we're good. We're so good right now. Anyway, I'm basically an Ace Attorney channel. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
Yep.
You were the Ace Attorney VTuber.
Apparently. See, I need more fancier duds though.
Mm.
If I'm gonna be a lawyer, I need some a tuxedo or something.
Suit, yeah.
Yeah, I need a cravat or an ascot.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But anyway, I should do that one day when I actually have lots of money. I should commission a model with I don't know, attorney wear,
mm-hmm.
or just an Ace Attorney fan t-shirt.
Always commission a PNG version.
Or I could draw it, but I mean, that depends.
It's and then for the talking one, you have your hand out pointing.
Yes! I want that so much. That would be so fun. But anyway.
Yes.
Anyway, we are back at it again. We are actually in the midst of a trial.
Right.
The adventure of the clouded Kokoro.
Because we had just started the trial,
mm-hmm.
and I think right away we had to do the jury review or whatever it's called.
We had to calm down the jury because they were
they immediately all said guilty without even hearing anything.
He's sus as heck.
There was some stuff that I thought was sus that it seems like so far a lot of the people in the jury seem like they're involved.
Yeah, we made that connection last time that a lot of people were there, or like you said, involved.
Yeah, because there was the old man fell down on a road nearby and also was wearing the same outfit as the victim.
Yep.
And then the
one guy was constructing.
The construction guy was working on a road nearby,
mm-hmm.
and the maid is the wife of a guy who was supposedly a witness.
Yep.
And also is the landlord of our defendant.
Yep.
So there's a lot of...
And then there was the guy from the last trial.
And there's a guy that we know from the last trial who we kind of screwed over, I think, because we revealed he was doing some kind of...
I already forgot, but he was doing something.
Yeah. So
but they
he doesn't
cleared
like
him or
us.
some
Yeah,
shit.
he doesn't like us. So it's there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
Yeah, it's wacky.
Yeah.
But let's continue. And you were, again, all of the people except for the old man, because I am the old man.
Yeah, you're the...
I am the old one. All right, so clarification. It's Zeke's, right?
Yes.
Okay, Zeke's.
Von Zeke's.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Oh, that's right, these children! These literal children!
They don't...
He's just eating.
He's eating.
Do you want to be both, or should I take one of them?
Let me see. I could be the guy and you could be the girl.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah.
Rolly Beat? Is that his name?
Okay.
Oh, and he said "sa."
Yeah, Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
I look like I'm 12.
Immediately falls asleep again.
Man, this kid is drugged. Wait, Mrs. Beat? Is that Is it his wife? Are they?
I guess so.
But they look like children to me. It's weird.
We'll find out.
Okay. And I'm Mrs. Bates. Patricia's my name, and I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. God. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Tired of this shit? Oh! Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed. Apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. This is why they're always on the good list, you know, because I'm Santa, in case you forgot. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. They do way more than I do all the time. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Raleigh?
Man. Constable really beats, huh? Nothing to report on the streets, huh?
What a great witness he's going to be. I agree. Wonderful witness. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident, or I'll fuck you up. God, I love and hate this guy. It was our wedding anniversary, and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Raleigh and I both saw him as clear as day. But it was foggy, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Just said silhouettes.
this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the Summation Examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
You were never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate behancing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witness saw the face of the man fleeing the scene.
Did they?
Did they? They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of those witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
What the witnesses saw.
Alright.
Alright, so
Press!
everything.
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. I make him keep it on.
Oh my gosh.
You know, during. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, Saw, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, Saw. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, Saw, proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Saw? For such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day, without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot, being married to a bobby like me. Whoa. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh my gosh. They're dancing.
Oh, Pat!
Oh, Rolly. Or wait.
Oh yeah.
I'm saying, no, you say oh, Rolly. Oh,
Yeah.
Pat.
Oh, Rolly! I forgot my name was Patricia. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. What was the restaurant like? How was the food? Tell me everything.
Okay. So let's put it over.
Two silhouettes.
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately, it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh, yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Yes, that's right. Of course. There was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight. You could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said?
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rowley!
They're still maintaining there was no one else around, other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Yeah, he did. What a coward. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Huh? What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see. Old books. I'm old myself, and I like books.
Yes, sir. You are old. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Please no casual racism. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. It'd be really helpful if I had some psych logs or something like that. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir. Ran straight over a person after helping the police police.
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on a crime scene's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two mortal citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir.
I'm always blushing. Let's move on, shall we?
Okay. I'm saying it was definitely the Japanese man. Well, let's see about that.
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
No.
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Just look at him.
Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. Hence my dependence on Rudolph. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes, all right, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain was that Japanese little man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Yes, it was the accused, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat, yeah, as I said before, the snub nose, unmistakable.
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime.
But they didn't see him stab her. Because I still think what you said, that somebody threw the knife.
Yeah, he was throwing knife.
So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beach saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
Up shit creek, but also the members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no, then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
Sorry. What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right. That part of things.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere else. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Mrs. Beat.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rowley will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you would like the opportunities to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat? Might that appease you?
Yeah, watch. She's gonna name the wrong name of a book.
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Okay, so she added, I could tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped.
Yeah. All right, press.
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rowley.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was playing levee down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, darling?
So he wasn't really securing the scene. She was just asleep.
Right. Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime.
So somebody could have messed with it. Maybe.
Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as how you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening?
Hello, Nomizu.
Hi, Nomizu! Welcome to you! I rhymed.
There was the picture of Monsieur, somebody or other, and what's its yearnings.
Wow.
Then there was, a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamy something.
Wow, what great memory.
You see?
Thanks for the hydrate.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Ah, thank you for the hydrate, Nomizu. Yeah, Ryunosuke, I feel you.
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh, well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
He has a gun. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to.
Probably shouldn't fall asleep while holding a gun.
Yeah.
Terrifying. Yes, she really is. Okay, so that's it. That's their entire testimony.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it.
Oh wait, is this the same conversation?
Oh, it is, yeah. Well, here,
Yeah.
let's take a look at the court record. What are the titles of those books? Because I do think that's what we are going to have to focus on.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we know, we know.
Yeah. We had this conversation. Okay.
Okay.
We'll just look at our presents.
Oh, yes, what Santa brought us. So there's Briar Road, that's where they were walking. That was the bookshop.
Yeah, I don't see anything here. Second
Okay, receipt.
Receipt. Okay, the picture of Monsieur Lecoq. A meal for... Oh wait, he only had 3 books.
Oh, yeah.
There were 3 books, not 4.
Yeah, she mentioned more than
Yeah,
that.
she mentioned the meal and the yearnings and the picture.
Yeah.
So those 3 were there, but there was a 4th one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Present!
So we're gonna present that on her last statement.
Go for it, baby!
Can you click on that? Like, will it let you?
We'll just go to that one.
Oh, no. Dang.
Just goes ahead one.
Thought it would. Okay.
Just have to do it one at a time. Oh.
Let's present.
Yeah. Here's a present.
So, you're saying that there were 4 books.
That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's its yearnings, and a meal for someone, and the thingamy something.
I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there are only 3 books, not 4!
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
My books.
That's right, my books! Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be! I remember seeing them! There were 4 books, I tell you! 4 dirty old books!
See, I do think what you said before, the last one, I think is accurate. Because remember we saw that guy who, likes literature like Natsume? That, weird play-looking dude?
Yeah.
And I bet he dropped, I'm trying to think. Because how could there be 4 then? Did he drop the extra book?
Yeah.
Thinking he had that book and he didn't? I don't know, something like that.
Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. Does it make you want to laugh? As you can clearly see.
I hope not. No, it's a dead person.
Right?
Oh, well, she's not dead.
That's right. This is one of I think the only Ace Attorney case I've ever dealt with where somebody's not dead.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Where the person, the victim, is alive.
As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it!
And wait. That picture was taken...
From the back. Are you going to say there was a book in the front?
No, I was just going to say that was taken once the police arrived, right?
Yeah.
So somebody took one of the books?
Oh, that's true. Somebody could have taken one of the books.
Yeah.
Don't know why.
And we can find who has the 4th book.
Oh.
Then that's them, maybe. I don't know. Okay.
But he didn't buy that 4th book. Yeah, I'm confused.
Maybe the 4th book was one that the victim dropped.
Oh, yeah, maybe she had it.
Yeah, because she also, I think, had books or something.
No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon.
Oh, maybe it was okay, what if she had a rare book and that's why whoever, attacked her wanted to get that book? I don't know.
Maybe.
Anyway.
Could be a motive. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! Oh no! No!
Objection!
What is this motherfucking circus? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? Just going to pour another glass of blood. I'm sure I will not shatter it in an instant or throw it against the wall at someone. Positive. What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? My plan is working great. It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
So you are right, that is just...
Someone get the updated autopsy report. I mean the updated book report. That print? You mean to say...
Oh, well, there goes
See?
the glass.
Sorry, I lied. I did throw it. Allow me to present another one that shows the victim's head.
See? Okay, it was the victim's book.
The Lion's Pride. That's not the title she said.
Well, she said the something's something, so it still fits.
Does it though?
Yeah.
Because she said the
She said
thingamy, the thingamy thing.
Something. Yeah. Yeah, and it's the blank blank, so...
Well, she's still wrong.
I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you wish, as you will observe.
And it had a bite taken out of it, it looked like, so...
Yeah, we have to look at that again.
Wait, didn't, what's his name? The guy with the moon head? Didn't he have that book? Or something?
Oh, he might have.
The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No!
Why didn't you just submit this in the first place?
Order! Order!
Ned, you see? Look at that, look!
Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's its yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gabriel, in fact. Yes, I probably butchered the fuck out of those names. Sorry. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless.
But there were only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in the photographic print.
Oh, it's like burnt.
Yeah.
So it's probably burnt, like in that fire in their apartment.
Oh.
I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord.
It belongs to the victim.
As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. As Ergo just said, it belongs to the motherfucking victim. It does not take that many brain cells to figure out. The victim was holding her own book? Fuck!
Who would have thought?
I wonder what became of that 4th book.
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. My bat minions, take him to the judge. The prosecution rests.
Shall we take a look?
I'm going to go to my coffin now.
Take a look. It's in a book.
Reading Rainbow. Holy motherfucker.
Burnt.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste.
Judging from the scorched edges of the paper.
Still hurt.
Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, stop trying to talk over me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's rude. I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that raise a red flag with me?
Nice. We can go ahead and see what they have to say about it.
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before, and very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, we gotta submit that shit, huh?
Yeah. When the time is right.
Do you think it works for anything we've got right now?
Well, I don't know if we're still even.
Oh, well, let's see.
Testimony.
Yeah.
It might be something else.
I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your Summation Examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
Cute. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Casual racism? Or is this decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terrible precarious situation.
Yeah, I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now?
I have to raise an objection.
Yeah, I feel like we got to.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Humph. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh,
That bitch. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
That's good list material right there. One of this land's great guiding principles is its tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? Don't make me also a misogynist on top of my racism. What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine that newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Sasato. This is it. Sasato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Bleh.
I'm nocturnal as hell over here. Can't you see I'm tired? Not as tired as that fucking fool. But still. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence.
It's also like just now occurring to me that Van Zeeks is kind of similar to Von Karma.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
it has the Von Van in there.
Oh my god, what if they're related?
If he's like his descendant, or
Yeah,
ancestor,
I don't know what
whatever.
I don't know what you got to do to change the A and an O, but you know.
One further piece of evidence.
Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
And I'm gonna guess
Yeah, that one! Do it!
because and we have to specifically say like the burn part.
Yep, I would assume.
I keep looking at this book, and every time I can't believe how badly burnt it is.
And I can't believe what a terrible waste it is. The more I look at the damage, the more I'm sure it must have happened very recently, too.
A book damaged by fire very recently. Why does this seem significant somehow?
So we're gonna present that. Or
Also, what is the victim's name?
where's the autopsy? Olive Green.
Ah, dang it. I was gonna say, because what was the name on that piece of paper? Remember, he said it was just a bookmark in there?
Oh,
I was gonna say, what if it was her
I
name?
don't think so.
Because then I would say that the wife tried to stab her. That's what I would say. But never mind, then probably not that. Yeah, I think it's the book.
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is this vital clue to this case which the fourth book conceals?
That.
This right here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's been badly damaged by fire here, so much that you couldn't read it all anymore.
That's right. Such a pity. And do you see the flaking edges of the burnt pages, Mr. Naruhodo?
I think that's a sure sign.
Sign that the damage occurred relatively recently.
Shut up. Yes, a book.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought it was different. This is
Nope.
the same. Yeah. Let's present.
Oh, that's what happened. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try.
All right, I'll explain my theory.
My game theory!
Is Matt Pat here? Yeah, don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this game theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this Summatomi suffered?
Its owner.
Yeah.
Mr. Garadeb.
My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember that members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
It's true. We could have a public staking and we would set you on fire right there in the outside. Very entertaining. We have no cable, you see. Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Susato. John Garrett.
Either him or her.
Yeah. We'll say him.
For now, yeah.
Take that!
Herlock Sholmes.
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings.
Whoa.
A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would drop the pretense. All right then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
No, they're forgivable. I totally think they are. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. And no, they were not boning.
Oh, thank God! I was afraid we'd have to tell the children to leave. Good Lord! What sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
That's right. Oh, yeah, baby. The Lion's Pride.
Look at this pose.
Hell yeah. It's a very JoJo pose there. By Jove, the very same title that the subject... That's the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discourse. Discord. That's what I meant to say. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
She'll choke me to death with my, my scarf, but she'll never hurt me.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. Maybe out the window?
Oh...
There was I back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books incoming 10 to the dust. Well, she was throwing the burning books.
Apparently.
Yeah, probably out the window.
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Whoa! Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. And there is no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken.
Maybe it was open?
Yep. There was smoke, so they opened it, duh. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household.
Right, yeah, that was the reason he was next to the window, is probably because he was open. Yeah.
But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the time and...
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it.
But there was a fire.
No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
But there was a fire.
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Oh,
That's quite enough! Oh. Well, I hope that everyone can see for what you are now, you little trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a little coward, a mean coward.
really?
Claiming that a little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an Hold on. I had to get back into it. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories?
Jeez.
But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me.
Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks?
Just pour another glass to break.
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Jesus, that leg thing! If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time.
What does that sound? Okay.
You okay? Yeah, okay.
There was like a buzzing sound. Oh,
He's like, hold for dramatic effect.
What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time?
Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
No!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
They're all saying guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Right, Nightshade? Just kicking desks. No!
And also, hi, Nightshade.
Yeah, hi, Nightshade. What the fuck? No!
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
Well, you lose. Game over.
That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Mr. Sato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting...
Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. I thought it was just once. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Like that kid in Undertale!
And Nightshade, yeah, we're doing well. I hope that you're doing well too.
To be continued. Next time on Attorney Ball Z.
Let's do it.
The Summation Examination.
I don't know. I'm starting to think it's either weird playwright dude or Mrs. Garadeb.
Yeah, I feel like at this point we're going to have another day of investigation.
Probably, because we don't have a lot of... Oh, unless we get random evidence.
And, like, we don't even know that guy's name.
We don't.
That won't get...
Well, he'll probably show up as a surprise witness if we don't have another day of investigating.
Yeah.
That's how these games work.
I have considered the defense's counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman?
We are, my lord.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
All right, baby, it's you.
All right.
It's all ergo, except for the old man in the corner. That's me.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might read the through it.
Yep, through it.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? So maybe we'll get the knife throwing and the window was open. I don't know.
Yeah.
Dear me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Okay.
That's why I voted guilty.
There's nothing.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems.
Except the last one.
As per usual, yeah, the last one was a bit washy. Yeah, with one notable exception. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness's testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover...
How many is that now? Like 5 this trial?
Put it on the counter! No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime! Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essentially that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard.
Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. Or I'll get my elves. You don't want that.
Yes, my lord. All right, Lianosuke, focus your mind now. Whew. Smack, smack! Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Mrs. Garadeb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the 2.
Yes.
Oh yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Okay.
All right, Ergo.
Oh boy.
Let's keep an eye on who we got to pit her against.
They're just like, can we go? Right.
Okay. Press.
Yes.
But as we know, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Just keep looking at her.
Good idea, good method. Sorry.
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said.
That's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. Oh, wait. Very well.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it. It's only the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. Okay.
There's no alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, my way you can say. Okay, so...
Okay. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
That's great.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? Wait, what? You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Sure. And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there.
Even if the woman was throwing books, can't be related to this crime if the window was closed. Okay, we can probably establish that the window was open.
Yeah, that's what I'm
because of
thinking.
the fire.
But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
Prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see.
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
But there was a fire! Then what's the point in even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Don't make me put you on the naughty list.
Sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. There was a fire, Ryunosuke! Say the fire, my son! Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise.
Dearie me, it was only a little book.
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
What, did you slap that guy?
Yep.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garadeb.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadeb's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
They know each other?
Maybe?
I shall get this up.
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both. Oh, that's right, it's you.
Oh, well, him and me both, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What?
Why that?
Are you okay?
What?
Is the like a mob after you?
Do you need like $1?
You heard me. My missus doesn't want to mess about, you know. She could be fierce, believe you me. Oh, your wife is gonna murder you?
Another shining example of maritable bliss.
Your wife is gonna murder you because you were at jury duty?
Right? Baby, I want you to know, I'm not going to ever kill you for any of these things.
Okay, thanks. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Did you get hit in the head?
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Susato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Oh, is that like an important thing? We had a fire.
Oh, he's probably going to say, we opened the window.
There you go, yeah.
See, it's the most useless one that's going to be the most helpful. Does this have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. I had 75 candles on the top of it. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Oh, of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be such a weirdo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch cold from a fire?
We opened the window.
Yep.
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
There you go.
They keep telling me to look at her, but she has not reacted at all to anything.
Yeah. The windows.
The biting winter air rushed over me like a devil dancing on my grave. It did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in a hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
Okay, so we have to pit the old man's thing with the first juror, right?
Yeah.
Or no, the third juror. Because he was like, the window wouldn't be open, it just wouldn't. Yeah.
We needed to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. You know, that thing we've been doing. Mm-hmm. All right, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
Okay. So yeah, pit number 3 against number 6. So yeah, so pit. There you go.
Oh yeah, he changed it too. You have to open windows, yeah. Cool.
Objection.
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, counsel?
This better not be wrong. Told you it wasn't me.
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebration?
It was seeming like it was like a generic, like you got this wrong thing.
We got it. It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the...
I'm glad he realizes how stupid he is.
Oh!
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb's household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh, my hat! Oh, there you go. Is she just pouring tea? Should I pursue that then, I guess?
I guess.
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Do you have enough tea to share with everyone in the court?
Slurp, slurp, slurp.
Mrs. Garadeb?
Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and the bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
Oh. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Do you think it's possible that she threw a knife?
I guess.
Don't know how that would work.
We'll see.
Yeah. Even though your house was on fire.
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. Yay! We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement.
Okay. I imagine, yes, the window was open at the time. Okay, so...
It's press?
Okay, yeah, it's going to be,
The 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he'd been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
Is that the one with the note in it?
I don't think so, because that was still in their apartment.
Oh, that's right, it was. Never mind.
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
So even if we don't say that she threw a knife, maybe we can determine, because of the window being open and a book being thrown out of it, that there's a chance a knife could have been thrown.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't her.
We need to do all this just to prove that it's possible to throw things.
Even though, yeah.
This is a new and novel concept that nobody's ever heard of, throwing a knife.
Go fig. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well you know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of... Huh.
Pursue him!
Hey, what's up?
What's up, dude?
what are you doing?
What is it, juror number 5?
Yeah, what is this expression? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out. He's having PTSD.
Did someone throw a knife at him?
Oh, let's see. I was listening to what... Oh, the Zagrani was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb.
or the maid.
I'll have you know.
Either will suffice. But neither are old. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time.
Jeez.
Abuse is not okay, people.
Yeah, it was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh no.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. She threw a knife.
Yep.
I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep.
Damn it. No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Although she has body slammed us.
Yeah.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, so uncivilized.
Yeah.
You might as well just flip them over with your hands.
At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
Yeah, or your own 2 hands. What attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
It was significant. All right, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
Okay, we have established that it is possible to throw knives.
Okay, so Pitt,
That against the lady who
who
was
is saying, what's the possibility?
Alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed.
Yep,
Throw a knife. Okay, yeah.
that's gotta be.
Okay,
Gotta
we
be.
have invented the idea of throwing.
Stabbing
knives.
people with throwing.
No one has ever thought this before.
Those 2 statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
And I think, haven't I been saying this since like the beginning?
Yeah, that
like,
it could have been thrown.
even before the trial even started, I was like, oh, what if it was?
See, we still don't really 100% know who the perpetrator is, but we've learned a lot of things early on, what we're now getting to.
Yeah.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think, perhaps, as a metropolitan woman who may be rational sometimes, that this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
Well, at least you didn't call me any racist words. I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you... As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. I don't know what that word is, so I'm just not even going to say it.
I feel like, though, if the game made it, like, they're not...
They probably
this
wouldn't...
is still E, you know? Or maybe T for teen.
They wouldn't just put a slur.
No, yeah, I don't think they're going to do that.
Who knows?
But I appreciate you being like that, just in case. Just in case.
You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? The knife?
Duh. I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make. But I've got to do it in case one of my ancestors has to accuse everyone in the courtroom for murder every time he stands trial. But I haven't any real evidence to back it up. I must also do this for any potential ancestors of mine. descendants of mine.
Oh, sorry.
All right, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene was...
A knife! No!
Wait, you don't need to examine it.
I'm just curious though. Wait, did it like have anything on it?
No.
No.
It was just that for...
Oh, just the tip, and the tip was broken.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll come up. Okay. Anyway.
Take that!
I was gonna say if it had like initials with like a G, then it could be Garadeb.
Yeah, right? Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah.
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb.
Whoa, what now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Oh!
Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man!
Yeah, we know. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh, even my missus hasn't got a name like that.
I think someone planted it, though. Because the guy was asleep.
Yeah.
So if it is the weird playwright guy that we haven't seen in a while,
Yeah, like
he probably put the book in her hand.
Landed somewhere nearby and then, yeah, put it there.
Yeah, yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Hey! Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh, Thud.
Rebel!
My lord!
Somebody.
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree.
You are a woman of your word.
I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. I'm surprised.
Mr. Foreman, I thought you hated my guts.
Yeah, right? I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. Nice.
Wait, old man, you still are fine with guilty? He probably can't
Maybe he
hear.
didn't hear. He doesn't.
What are we doing? Could someone tell me what's happening? Are we all doing the flame thing? We did it.
Yeah.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
Merry Christmas! So as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
Van Zeeks is just like, God damn it. God damn it.
God fucking damn!
I just want to win already.
I'm totally missing my beauty sleep.
I have to get revenge for the last case.
Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does this prosecution wish to proceed? I'm going to throw this again. How much do you want to bet?
Oh, and also what I was saying before about Von Karma, his hair is kind of a similar color.
Oh yeah, it is.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Because it's not going my way. Whatever. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
There's another one.
But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter.
Whoa. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible. Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What is this angle this time?
He's probably saying that they couldn't have been thrown out of the window. Like,
Well,
position.
it would have hit her like in the side
Or something instead of a back. But again, the point is somebody threw it from behind Mr. Natsume.
And the couple might have not been able to see them because they were. Well, and they say the road is straight.
Yeah.
So they could have been. Yeah, they might not have been able to see their silhouette or whatever.
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some, 15 yards.
Oh, okay, that's what he said.
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I had imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having potential significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Mrs. Sato.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak? I've got some shit to say.
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy. But what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and to submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? That's almost as crazy as cross-examining a witness that, was just giving a witness statement. Order! Well, this is highly irregular. Maybe in the future it's more normal, but here, no way. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Why?
And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks?
Oh, does he have the weird play guy with him? I'm wondering. Yeah.
Okay.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine.
Oh, he's probably talking about the couple.
If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it,
Like,
then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer. So, well, that's
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month. On account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, I bet that'll be relevant.
Oh,
they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Raleigh, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request.
What? Oh, to interview the judge.
Yeah. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir. Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb household are top-hinged casements.
Huh. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Asleep.
Yeah, he was asleep though.
Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Yeah, we're gonna have to...
I'm sure we're gonna mention that.
Yeah,
Be like,
yeah,
weren't you asleep?
We have to establish that somebody could have...
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows.
What does that mean?
I don't know. The detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but... what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you... You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
of course. Sorry.
Called you ignorant and learned in the same sentence.
Apparently.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my research, cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room.
All right, I'll try.
Activate, little thief!
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have, hit the window, it would have clattered against the pane, and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No!
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete.
Windows 98.
Whatever year this is.
There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be!
Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation.
Okay. Constable Beats report.
Okay, Press.
It has nothing to do. Believe me, London Bobby's good for his word. It's probably going to be the thing later about, that he never took his eye off the scene. So it'll be like, you fell asleep.
Exactly.
How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It is the noble founding principles of the Force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. That is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sir.
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly. Oh, Ergo.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well. So could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I'll answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, could you please take that out of your mouth?
Yeah, it's bugging me.
Just one thing.
Yes?
I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. Only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'll be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Oh, gonna be some info in it. Thank you. I'll try.
Okay, quick, let's look at it. Let's look at it.
Yeah.
Let's look at this guy's diary. Read his diary. Okay, policeman.
Desire for the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered.
Wait.
Crime.
Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, okay, yeah.
And they did that,
yeah.
Yeah. When a crime is discovered on speed, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay, well, maybe that'll come up.
Do we have to press that one? Because we already know what case ones are.
Yeah, we've discussed the windows. Thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I feel like we should probably wait. So to make sure nothing was disturbed, we'll look at the last one. Should we just do this one? This is
Go
probably
for it. I always press everything, but I'll allow it this time.
Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. But earlier she said...
Right?
Oh, no one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the Yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb's household. So the question remains, how did it find its way to the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha. Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Norohodo. I had no right to speak out.
What do you mean?
I requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garadeb without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me.
Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need a testimony from Mrs. Garadeb. And if we're ever going to get the truth out of this matter...
Do you really think so?
Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mr. Garadeb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it?
You're right.
And then there was Mrs. Garadeb's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something. I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear.
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and press everything, I guess, then. So maybe we'll get something.
Yeah. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see? So they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore anything thrown out of the window from the inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Oh no! Keep poor Mr. Naruhodo in the dark! Make him look stupid!
Whoa! Hello, Ray! Welcome, Raiders!
Wrestle Raid!
I love that raid message. It's so great. Aw, thank you for the follow. Never blame me. I will never blame you. But welcome, Raiders. If this is your first time here, I am a water dragon. This is my husband, Ergo Corvus. And we are in the middle of playing the Great Ace Attorney. So if you're afraid of spoilers, be careful. We're currently in the 4th case?
Yeah.
Yeah, the cloned Kokoro. But yes, Ray, how was your stream? Oh, you already did the shout out. Okay, good. And yes, it has been a while, Ray. I was just thinking that actually. I really need to try to visit your streams more often. I hope that you are doing well. Are you taking care of yourself? Let's see. Oh, and thank you also for the follow, ZMC Panda.
Yeah!
Oh, and Never Blame Me says hello to you too, Ergo. And what were you streaming? You were playing Crosscode? Oh, Crosscode. I can read.
Yeah.
That sounds like fun though. And like, no, it's fine. No need for that. I'm just happy to catch you streaming again. Aw, well, thank you. But still, I would like to come see you stream one day. So, absolutely. One of these days. But I'm happy that you could catch me as well. Here, since so many folks came, Ergo, let's do a battle royale. We have Pokemon and Animal Crossing characters and Shonen Jump characters. And Blue Tomato is following. Thank you for the follow, Blue Tomato.
And now get ready to fight! Fight for my amusement!
Oh, and Stretch. Thank you, Panda, for the stretch. We'll stretch as the violence occurs in front of us.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Let's see. Ooh, Zoro just went down.
Let's see. Okay.
And
Jacob is doing pretty good.
oh, I'm still alive. How?
Ray's doing okay.
Sound alerts, get off my back.
See, I think I'm about to get taken out.
Oh man, Ray almost killed me.
Ray's gonna kill me. Yep, there he goes.
Oh, Ray got a health pack. Oh, and I'm totally dead.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Come on, Ray.
Kobu.
No offense.
Kobu's gonna attack from both sides.
No offense to Jurassic Jacob.
It's Jacob and Ray.
Oh, Ray's gonna get that health back.
Yeah.
Ow!
Wow.
Yes, how appropriate. Our lead raider over here, Ray. You won the battle.
So everybody who lost, you have to follow Grezzy now.
Oh my god,
That's the rules.
no. No. It'd be cool, but no. You do not have to do that. Not what you do have to do, though, is now say congratulations to Ray Helix, because he totally annihilated all of us. We all were slain, whether by his hand directly or not. And thank you for the compliment. Kale Oisin. Oh.
Kaliosini?
I'm so sorry. I don't know how.
Sorry.
I like your name, though. I
There's
just feel bad.
syllables in there.
Kaleosini? I hope that's right.
Maybe just Kale?
Kale? I mean, if you're okay with Kale, but if there's a way to pronounce it, just let me know. Ooh, and we've got Vegeta now in the mix. I see Vegeta's here.
Yeah.
So we got some other Shonen Jump characters.
Should we just keep adding just characters from different things? So
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I say load them up with all the different sound alerts.
Pokemon and
Or sound alerts.
Stream avatars?
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Leosini.
Let's see. Kaleosini. Yeah.
Leosini.
Kaleosini. Okay.
There you go.
There you go. Yay! Thank you. Thank you for the pronunciation. I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. But yes, to kind of get you up to speed here, in this case, we are protecting a man named Mr. Natsume, who was walking behind this woman, and she was suddenly stabbed in the back, and she fell over, and he was like, what the hell? And he ran away.
And we've taken several hours to establish that it is possible to throw knives.
Yep.
It's really hard to convince people that it's possible to throw knives.
Yep.
We've finally, we're getting to that point. We're getting there. No, that was my very immediate theory, is that someone threw a knife at her.
Yup.
It's taken a couple hours to get there.
Yeah, it's been interesting, this whole debacle. Let's see. And yes, no, I agree, Ray. It is a very cool name. My last name is incredibly long and very difficult for most people to pronounce. So I always know they're talking about me whenever they say my first name and then go, and I'm like, yeah, you're talking about me, aren't you? So I completely respect that. I understand completely. Okay.
Shall we continue?
Yes, let us continue.
So, well, I have another question for you, Constable.
Oh, wait, hold on, I'm eating.
Well, yeah, you're eating your helmet strap, aren't you? Doesn't he look like he's 12, Chad?
Yeah, right?
Like a very tall, like 12, 13-year-old? How do you mispronounce dragon lady? Oh, you know, dragon lady.
Dragon lady.
People will always take out letters from things, you know.
Okay, I finished chewing on my helmet strap.
There you go.
What would that be, sir?
How do you even know? How do you even lift? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house is furnished with?
That is oddly specific. Well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse you. What do you have to say?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Ma'am?
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
I bet it fell on his beat.
Oh, yeah, wait, his helmet is... I've been wondering why his helmet is like that. Did he get hit by...
I don't know.
Something? I don't know.
Because remember, they said earlier that it wasn't on his beat. So
Yeah.
she had to go call someone else. But if he was involved in the investigation, that means it fell under his beat.
Well, it was
Right?
also... It was just that because he was present...
Oh, he has to help
it
with
also said-
investigation.
yeah.
Ah, dang it. I thought we had it.
It wasn't his jurisdiction, but he had to assist with it, yeah.
Right, Ray? I like the excuse me as well.
Excuse me.
But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was
Yeah,
so
there you go.
close, you see.
Okay, it didn't happen on all this.
Ah, dang it.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh, yes, that's Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one.
Oh, wait. So if it had been on the other side of the road, then it would be in his beat?
Apparently.
If the road is the boundary? Okay.
Isn't that right, my love?
Huh. Wonder if that's going to be...
Constable Beat.
Oh, are we going to say that the crime actually happened, like, next to the Garadeb's house, like on the other side?
Maybe.
And then it will be in his
Since
beat?
that's why the X is there on the map, I wonder now.
So it'll change jurisdiction? Because I guess right now it's the guy with the fish and chips, it's in his jurisdiction, I guess. Or whatever. I don't know, we'll find out.
We'll see.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see, sir?
That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Outside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. Pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
What if she moved it?
Oh, if Patricia moved it?
Yeah, what if she moved the stuff to put in her hand? So then it was no longer considered his beat, so they could have their anniversary dinner. I'm after you, Patricia! I see you now!
But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people, all Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Except for that one Bobby, you know, on the crag of the creek. He's always dropping his candy.
My candy.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Yep.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat. Constable Beat's beat. the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road.
Yeah, that's what's happening. I'm almost sure of it.
And now it's my turn, I think. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it? She's gonna yell at me again. She did it last time. She'll do it again.
And then Ray was saying they didn't translate Naruhodo to right. Yeah, because in this one he is actually from Japan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I guess that's why they did it. Like because they're like, oh, since he's canonically from Japan and Phoenix is canonically from
so
Japanifornia.
It's not. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure. Like, if this one is even, I don't know, in the same universe as the localized version or whatever, where it's America. I don't know.
I don't know. Who knows? The Ace Attorney lore setting is a bit hazy.
Yeah.
But one thing I will mention that was really fun is that in one of the cases we did previously, there was a trolley and it said right on it, like WRIGHT, and I was like, ah!
Well, I mean, I think it said Phoenix Right trolleys or something.
Or something like that,
it just said Phoenix Right on it.
It was a cute little Easter egg.
Yeah, deepest lore.
If I ever find out, I'll tell you, Ray. But yeah, it's a weird gray area. But that's what we're gonna say for now.
Yeah.
It's because he's from Japan and Phoenix is unknown.
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
Yeah, now we are.
Yep, I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Why are you surprised? She did it last time too.
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that!
But yeah, no, please do. Drop some more truth on
Yeah.
us so we can use it against you.
Yeah, give us more info to work with.
It's what you did last time, too.
That Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Gosh, she's a rambunctious little... I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. As you can see, there's big stars in them. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
I have trouble with my right and my left. How much you want to bet?
So like, okay, what if it's not even, wait. What if it's not even that she moved it, but that they were actually coming from the north? Because wait, like they were coming down the road the opposite direction, and so they, you know, whatever. Anyway, I'm just gonna press.
I think I see where you're going, but yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us, but by all means.
I saw it, I did! That evening I saw it clearly! The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene! And I know I didn't see and I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes. That's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Raleigh. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse, there was a scare.
I didn't see.
Oh, well, we've all made mistakes like that, I'm sure.
Oh, okay, it's still there.
Okay.
I got the wrong church on the day of our wedding. I remember. It caused a terrible kerfuffle.
That's hilarious.
Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No, sir, no problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
Do say. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine, but she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rowley, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
What? The bouquet?
Oh, she probably wasn't running because she had flowers, maybe?
Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rowley's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. And you, my darling?
Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise...
Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
Huh.
That's sus.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Make her talk!
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned.
I bet we're gonna have to accuse her of lying about it, and she'll go like, "Oh, no, I'm not lying."
I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Oh, no, you're not gonna put your leg on the desk again? All right.
What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Okay.
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet Roller gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
Because it was
Okay.
moved.
So somebody else moved the body while she was gone. Okay.
Yeah.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
Oh, she probably thinks it was the wrong side.
Yeah.
But I bet he moved it.
Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how I got it there, or how it got there. I really can't.
Right, because whoever moved the body didn't see it.
Yep.
So the bouquet somehow moved from the side of Briar Road to the opposite.
He probably didn't want to have to deal with it because he knew he would have to deal with it.
Huh?
So he might have moved the body while she was gone because he didn't want to have to deal with it. We were all busy thinking he was just asleep and she didn't want to have to miss their wedding anniversary.
Okay.
But yeah, Raleigh either didn't want to miss the anniversary meeting or he was so tired he didn't give a shit.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene.
And that's why he was telling her not to talk about it.
Yep.
That beautiful rose Rolly bought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter.
She keeps mentioning.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come by the flower?
Exit on the map, why don't you, good sir?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation.
The CSI.
It was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb's household. Cha-ching! In front of the Garadeb's house. Oh!
Insert that gif where the guys are like, whoa! That's how I feel right now.
Yeah.
I love how expressive the characters are. It's such an improvement over the Phoenix Wright games. Oh yeah, no, yeah, the Phoenix Wright games, I will say the expressions are still great, but I know what you mean. This game really did amp up the expressive quality, especially since there's more animation now. Mm-hmm. So like, mwah, it's a win-win. Mm-hmm. Love it. So I'm with you, Ray.
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Same.
Oh yeah. So yeah, not dissing the original game, they're definitely great, but this game is just super expressive. Oh yeah, no, I knew that's what you meant, so no worries, Ray. Absolutely.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No, it's considered evidence.
Nope.
No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
The anniversary bouquet, huh? Yeah. Yep, and then we're gonna have to use his little book to prove you knew you would have to work it, and so that's why you moved the body.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Oh, good Lord.
Okay.
Okay.
So It's not actually this one, but right.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
forgot. Clicking on the back doesn't actually go back.
Nope.
So this is gonna be where this.
And the invisible attacker has been troubling me. Oh wait, no,
okay,
this is new.
Yeah.
The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along.
It's almost as if someone threw the knife.
Yep, from behind. But I believe I'm starting to get.
Wait. Wait.
What?
Wait. I think I might be wrong.
What? Do you think it's the
I
police
just thought,
officer?
No.
What?
Because I'm thinking, it seems like the maid knows about the knife.
Yes.
So that's presumably something she threw out the window.
Yes.
I think the knife ended up in the woman's back after she fell down. I think the maid threw the knife out the window, it hit the thing, and then fell down into her back as she was lying on the ground.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
But what
yeah.
made her fall?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
We'll fucking find out, won't we?
I don't know, it's the olden time. She has the plague or something. I don't know. She just died. She just fell down.
Oh no.
Okay, but anyway. Because she fell down like face first, so
She
it could've just
did.
fallen into her back like that.
It could have. It really could have. Yeah. Everybody in the comments, put down what you think might have happened.
Yeah.
All right. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here.
Is it what Ergo just said?
I don't know. Who's Ergo? The fourth book that had no business being at the crime scene. Made me sure that Mrs. Garadeb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. Yep, he knows that the policeman did something. I think I might already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair.
Let's go.
Let's do it!
Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, we do press everything on a normal, but do you think you know what statement it would be?
I mean, we've pressed.
Oh, we've already. Oh, we did.
Yeah, we pressed everything.
Oh, we did. That's right. I forgot. Okay. So
We pressed the last.
we need
one.
to do it on the direction thing. I think. On her having trouble with directions.
I guess. Hold on. Go and fetch help. Trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. But what happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my. Well, okay.
Well, here, look at the crime scene, or look at the photo. Did they X where the rose was?
Well, I mean,
Either way.
no, they just. I mean, I don't think that's on there. Or that's where the crime was.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh well, I still think it's important because we're gonna have to say it was switched, that the body was moved, so he didn't have to deal with it. And I know we'll have to bring this up, sorry, not that. I know we're gonna have to bring up the guy's police book thingy, his honor code. We might have to use the rose. Hang on, what does the rose say again?
I'll see. Your followers are going to be rediscovered. So yeah, like I feel like I know what happened, but I'm just not sure where.
A present for Patricia. The shock of seeing the stab victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on.
Well, here, we need to go. No, hang on.
Or whoops, I keep forgetting that goes forward.
It's okay.
You have to like.
Is there a
you have to like treat it like it's a touch screen because this was originally a 3DS game. So
Oh,
you have to like
yeah.
drag.
Is
it
this
that way.
isn't there a fast forward?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, you just hold.
Okay. Well, what evidence do you think we need to use? Do you think it's the rose?
Probably the rose.
Okay, you see, so obviously, if anything but thrown
Thrown out of the window,
we would have seen it. I don't think that's an issue at the moment.
Did I lose scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Okay.
As I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way.
Okay, I do think it's this one.
Yeah, I mean, do we just present the bouquet?
Let's try it.
Dropped it where she stood. I guess. It's a little. Oh.
No.
Okay.
How we should have saved. We should save now so that way we don't lose too many badge points. Yeah.
And for heaven's sake, would you kindly cease from that wide-eyed, panic-stricken look?
But it's the only panic-stricken look I know. I love this game and its wit.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, yes, save. But yeah, let's try this this current statement with the evidence we think it is. So we tried the rose already. Let's, again, use this statement.
Well, I don't know, maybe...
Or do you think there's a different statement? This one?
Nothing strange. Because if he didn't take his eye off the crime scene, then how did the rose end up on the other side of the road? Like...
I mean, that's fair.
Try that with the rose?
Let's try it. Let's see. Because yeah, we know what it is. We know what happened.
Yeah,
it's just presenting the right evidence on the right.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Good job. High five, baby.
You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report.
Also, Ray has to go.
Oh, you unfortunately have to go, you too, but awesome hanging out here for a little bit. I hope you guys have an awesome rest of your stream. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate you dropping by, even for a little bit. I hope that you have a great rest of your day, and thank you again for dropping by. You're wonderful, and I always appreciate seeing you. You're awesome.
Yeah.
Mwah! All right.
We'll win this one for you.
Okay.
In the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
Huh?
What? What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime, with the policemen assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, if a single soaring bloom can be so described.
Oh, shut up.
No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Like he's holding it. He's holding it in his hand.
He is, yeah.
Holding the rose.
Meager?
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
Bleh.
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rowley didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet that we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
See, I miss that song. It's
Me
like
too.
not
I love the acapella guy. If you like Ace Attorney music or you just like acapella stuff in general, there's this dude who like does this thing like a 4-way whatever. He recorded himself doing all the parts of the like the cornered Ace Attorney song, and it's I love it. I love watching it. So good. And I also just love watching whatever the hell this is. The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rowley's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets, why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
You're afraid you're a murderer, that's why. Oh good, Miss Garadeb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadeb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony to that one particular person.
Mr. Roly-Poly.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying was responsible for tampering the scene of the crime? I'm at my wit's end here. Tell me!
Baroque Van Zeeks.
We don't like him, it suits him.
Yep.
Roly beat.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been.
Constable Royal Beat, it was Roly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
Who could imagine that a policeman could be corrupt?
That would put you on the naughty list immediately.
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent, oh sorry, that was a cough, that you were absent from the scene, here, is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies.
Thanks for the hydrate. Yeah. Here, let me get some more.
Yeah. Ergo's gonna go get some more water. But how are you, Yukio? You doing well? I hope so. But yeah, we all know that our sleepy boy Bobby over here, he moved that body. He moved all the evidence so that he didn't have to do it. I feel that after a long day, you wouldn't want to have to deal with working on a crime, especially right before you're supposed to have a dinner with your wife, you know. I'm not saying that you should do that, but I get it. Especially since Patricia here seems to love a man in uniform. So, no wonder he's a little nervous. Yeah, just doing some bass guitar practice before sleep. Oh, that's awesome! I didn't know that you played the bass. That's so cool. Are you like practicing a particular song or just kind of doing random note practice? Whichever kind of practice it is, I hope it goes well. And that I hope that your sleep is nice and peaceful when you get to it. All right, but Patricia,
You're making it up. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
you saw him run away.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Oh, well.
Objection!
First you make an accusation about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well.
And Yukio, just hold the line by Toto because I felt like it. When I have it down, I can play it on 3 instruments already. Oh, that's awesome. I loved that song, by the way. Hold the line. That is a good song. So, excellent choice. And now I'm curious, what are the other 2 instruments that you can play it on? If you feel like sharing.
But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. Crime to hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
I'm gonna have to say, there's another reason why.
Yep.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering.
So it wouldn't ruin his anniversary.
And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
You know, I just wonder, is this prosecutor just that stupid? Or is he just wanting to throw us off? Because he's like, no, if you know that, then
I think he just wants to win, I guess.
Yeah, if he truly is a Von Karma, you know, in that sense. And then Yukio, you play it on guitar and drums, though I would be able to learn the keyboard and piano part as well. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Major claps and kudos. You are very, very talented. But yes, I hope the bass practice goes well then, so you can add that to your list. Constable Beat is a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. Ryunosuke, no offense, don't just think it, let's do it. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
I mean, we don't know who did the actual... Well, I mean, we do kind of know who did the stabbing, probably. Because she doesn't want to admit to it, Miss Garadeb.
We'll see.
I still wonder about Mr. Playwright dude. Was he a red herring? Was he supposed to be this dude that we were like, oh, maybe he comes up in a different thing later? Or you still think he's got something to do with it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Why, have you cheated? Have you looked?
No.
Have you managed to solve this mystery?
Go back in time to
Solve this mystery.
Counsel, you've made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will irrevocably be damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Yep. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Oh, I just realized their scarves are connected.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
I just thought they were wearing matching scarves.
When you see it from behind, yeah, it's like one big scarf.
Oh!
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing the crimes actually took place that evening?
Right here! You can't see it, but I'm pointing at the screen to Ergo.
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
Oh, see, he's looking guilty. Or he's just asleep. Either way.
I think he's asleep guilty. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious.
Oh, it is, yeah, I see now.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold, you ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Ziek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat?
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly? It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out, everything exposed. Bleh. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Did he sleep through it? My lord.
Good golly, Miss Molly! Order! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Yeah, wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation
Bleh.
for why on that particular evening Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime.
And she's probably going to be like, oh,
Rolly, you're so romantic.
I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. Me and my casual racism. And yet, Lord Van Zieks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far, so shut your racist mouth! I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear the extraordinary young lawyer's theory. But before we do, I have to say...
Yukio, I just saw your comment, and I want you to know that you should never doubt your skills. I know how that feels when I see other people post art and I'm like, but I'm not nearly as good as this other person. So I understand seeing a bunch of people who are just like awesome at their instruments make you go like, but I think you're awesome. And I know that you're awesome, even though I haven't heard you play before myself. But yeah, so don't let that get to you. In my opinion, it's all good. I believe in you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, so do I, the Christmas judge.
Yes, my lord.
Also, for context, for people first joining in on this, I call him the Christmas judge because he has a red robe, he has a green chair, he has this bushy beard. He just looks like Santa, okay? That's why. But anyway.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive of Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
This book with the rules.
I think so.
That's the...
Yeah.
Yeah. Falling under the jurisdiction of the beat, yeah.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learnt that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary!
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through this man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Because weirdly enough, it's just the opposite side of the road that separates you from your beat.
Yes. Everything you said, it's all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. I've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it, turn right along Mearsham Street, and then...
Oh, Mr. Sato.
Oh, how sad. You're going on the naughty list, though. Sorry.
Aww.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable,
I just wanted... just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would have never left that poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly. That was all my fault. I should have never dropped into such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 it was? Yes, sir, definitely. 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs, in the Garadeb household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Patton and me both saw it happen. However which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zieks?
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now.
For now,
Oh, sorry, I just.
you are free to
Sorry.
go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? Whew, crazy town. Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accursed Mr. Soseki Natsume is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zix, is this true? Are you being a little shit right now? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person. Who could have perpetrated the crime?
So her?
Yep.
Yep.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly below, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Oh. I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh, he's doing an Edgeworth now. He wants the truth, eh?
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how could you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadeb?
Yeah,
You have several knives
like
at home, and
Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst.
Well,
Well, Mr. Naruhodo?
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Like the knife.
She's the worst! Yeah. Then take the stand, Jorah.
Oh!
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zieks.
I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, you may not have killed him. Don't freak out so much.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand you a full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I am a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation.
I was just gonna ask, do you want to keep going?
I was just gonna say, I mean, do you want to stop?
What's up to you?
Let's cross-examine her. If anything new happens, then let's call it.
Okay.
Because I have a feeling, like you said before, because I've been sus of Mr. Playwright Dude for a long time. I don't even know what his occupation is, but he looks like a fancy actor boy. But anyway, I think since he lives there, he was probably nearby. The knife
He could have thrown it out of his window.
He could have thrown it out of his window. Or he put it in her. No, the guys would have seen that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, or he could have just thrown it from where he was, and then, it could have just been convenient, that they had an argument at the same time. So yeah, let's just see how long this cross-examination goes, and then we'll see.
Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garadeb, and I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, is that maybe the husband?
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Yep, there he is. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Well, John and Joan.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, look, that's cute.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. What sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone? Oh, John.
Aww.
I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb.
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. See my fair share of action, and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life. Were you not engaged in incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Well, yes, quite.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question.
Sir, at once. Alright, the Battle of Garadeb.
That's cute.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though. I got the window open. Oh, you go ahead into bed.
Enjoy the rest of your night, sleep well, and thank you. Thank you for coming by for as long as you could. Much appreciate you.
Yes. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two things went missing, I'm afraid. If that body thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us in the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zieks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination!
Okay. So they're referring to the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish, can't recall the reason.
I can recall it for you. Yeah, the reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs!
Hell on earth.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
She gonna splash it on him? Oh no.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep.
Then what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Candlestick over and set fire to the carpet, soon had it out though, got the window.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
A most precarious situation you put yourself in.
Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see? The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, the little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Even though the room was on fire.
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
This is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How did she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge, a napkin.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadeb.
Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall.
Ouch! Oh god.
And the woman's aim is uncanny. Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, huh?
Your pipe, sir?
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying, as it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Oh, you are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. Could be important.
It's always important.
The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection.
It was significant.
It was significant.
This ward veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and the pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Oh, that's you.
Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. God.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. No smoking now.
Let's look at it.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hold on. Hold on, Susato, I'm gonna
Hold it!
Let's look at this pipe before we talk about that. Oh, it's the knife.
Oh, baby! That's the tip of the broken knife that we've got. Has he been smoking that?
Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there, and I might have just screamed out in celebratory favor right now.
Yes, I saw it and heard it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be.
Don't call me Shirley.
Oh!
Oh, look at the rest.
It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadeb's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have been considerably sentimental value to Mr. Garadeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that or he can't afford to replace it.
It's like a little chip. I guess probably from the knife.
There's a small nick on the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it? It's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. He smokes a lot. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars.
This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new.
Oh, because it's clearly new.
I think that's the most important thing,
Yep.
Mo. You didn't speak out of turn, don't worry.
I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Plenty of knives around. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing. Present the tip.
Maybe. Let's go for it. Let's try it.
Objection!
There's clearly something odd about the last statement made by the witness.
Dang it.
Dang it.
Something
it.
is your behavior. Oh, ha 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 ha. Please, don't mind me.
It'd be significantly easier if you would lower your hand.
Oh,
Here. I would never lower my hand. Or lower my hand. Here, save. We don't want to lose any more
Okay.
points. We have to save.
alright.
Do you just play by the razor's edge when you're playing Ace Attorney?
Yeah.
Sometimes I do, but. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
We'll press.
Yes.
Maybe there's something new that needs to show up.
Sorry, would you care to elaborate?
Oh, nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot, fishing tackle. You know the sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leather work. Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. We have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at meal times too, instead of a knife and fork. We just love knives.
Right? Jesus.
Now, John, we don't want people thinking I'm some guy.
Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive?
I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim.
Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses.
Sir. Okay, and the next one. Okay, if that bully thing in the victim's back was really one of ours. Okay.
There it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Should I just go to present on that?
I think so.
Objection!
Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing.
You can't?
You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must be very dussy.
What? And hello, Atsuki. Welcome.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal.
Yup.
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there.
And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Slap. Why are you slapping yourself?
I am slapping myself and also positive. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Atsuki, you may not swing that way, but Von Zieks is kind of hot. Yeah, I mean, hey, yeah, no. There are some of those characters that make you go like, damn.
Wow.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this case? Oh yeah, the knife that's missing a point!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bowls.
Gross! And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Protection.
Nope.
No, that's not the case. What? The tip of this particular knife's blade.
Van Zieks, did you forget what we were just talking about a second ago?
Sorry, I have occasional amnesia. It is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
I've been staked in the heart! Good grief, Lord Van Zieks, you've been staked!
I need to go back to my coffin.
I don't believe it. I should not have thrown away all those bottles of blood, goddammit! The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match! Son of a bitch! Good golly gosh!
Also, like his butt is burnt.
Order! Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
God.
Oh my god! Santa, you too with the casual racism, stop it!
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle?
So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he? Counsel, right?
Explain this extraordinary coincidence at once!
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside of Mr. Garadeb's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Oh, the knife.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it.
Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off that pipe and flew out of the open window. Oh, sorry. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh gosh, oh dear, oh no!
She's on the box. I just
Yeah.
realized that. Oh man.
Well, she's really short.
I feel you. I'd do it too.
Where'd you get that wine?
Don't ask. Somebody may be missing blood in the audience. Don't worry about it. A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that.
Get it? It's a wine pun.
Sure. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points plausibly arranged to create an almost possible vintage.
It's a wine analogy.
Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Okay. Sorry.
Also, was that casually racist again? I think it might have been. After all this, it's just a theory. A game theory! The bottle I fear is corked.
A wine theory.
Oh lord.
Because you see...
Oh.
My leg attack! It's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency!
What if at some point in a case, like that he like has something like on the bottom of
he
his
breaks
shoe?
it?
No, I was gonna say like that's how he presents like a piece of evidence. He's like, look at this, and there's just like some gum or whatever.
See, I'm just hoping he'll like just do a kick to somebody's head like that. I think that'll be funny. Anyway.
Inconsistency! An insurmountable... Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself! What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her...
That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife had struck her and fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
It's true.
Another dead wine glass.
Yep.
Like if you look over there, there should just be like a big pile of glass.
Bottles and glass.
Just glass everywhere.
Order!
See, that's probably the crate. They got the crate of like wine bottles that she's standing on.
I see. Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well,
Huh.
He's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
Oh no.
I don't know though what really did happen.
it would appear the defense has made rather spectacular blunder. If a game theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand.
But you could say she was throwing other stuff, so something else could have hit the victim on the head and knocked her out, and then the knife came down and landed in her back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The book.
Yeah, there you go.
Book hit her in the head.
There you go.
Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
No, it's not.
Come on, ghost boyfriend. We're
We
so
just gotta wait for him to catch up with us.
I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now, the way has been blocked completely. By just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
we simply need to eliminate the one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Miss Sato,
I'm your Mia, or did you forget? Or actually, your boyfriend's the Mia.
you mustn't worry,
she's the
Mr. Naruhodo. That's right, I'm your motherfucking Maya. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. We are not friends. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit
acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection.
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying?
Counsel?
If she was already on the ground.
There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back.
Oh, the book was in her hand. She was leaning down to pick up
it
the
up.
book. Okay.
Yeah, it probably. Well, see,
Yeah.
it either hit her on the head and she fell over and she picked it up and then it stabbed her,
Yeah.
or yeah, exactly that. She went to pick up the book when it fell on the floor.
We already have the answer.
Goodness. Utter madness.
Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. I guess weird actor guy won't make his appearance in this trial. If I can successfully make some sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is...
Book.
Yep.
It was in the victim's hand, yeah.
Yep.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene.
This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
Bum, 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 bum.
The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? That book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, it was significant. We have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of this wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beach made an extremely enlightening statement to that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me!
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw!
Yes, Mrs. Garadeb, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? Okay, kids.
Yeah.
Tell us now.
We're really making sure you get it.
Point to the spot where she would have gotten stabbed.
Right
That's
here.
right. Facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back.
Just really unlucky.
Yeah, it got her with gravity! And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Oh, well, I never.
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Oh.
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there was never a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. Luckily, this is the first person that hasn't died! And that is the real truth behind this case. I do kind of feel a little bad for him. She shouldn't have been trying to abuse her husband.
Yeah.
But still. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but
I just meant to stab you!
it was all my fault, wasn't it? Yes.
Yes, it actually kind of was.
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear. It's all right. I know. Anime eyes. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry.
Oh. Anime faint.
Oh, caught her.
Okay. Okay.
The power of love?
I guess.
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Mrs. Garadeb?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated.
She's dead.
God, no! Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
I was gonna say, like, she's dead, so I can charge Mrs. Garadeb with murder.
That is the best outcome, yeah?
Will you defend her now?
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Even though you're shifty as fuck, you're innocent!
You did run from the scene of the crime. Just leave somebody lying on the ground. Anyway, yes?
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, I don't think the last judge apologized to our last victim. Or, well, actually, no. He was an asshole, so I didn't care if they apologized to him or not.
Yeah, this is a different situation.
You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture,
Because we're so much better than you.
and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. We will not pay you any recompense, I'm sure, but you know.
Just an apology.
Everyone say you're sorry now!
Everybody in the audience, too. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
I did it! I dropped the knife!
Oh no, Mr.
I
Natsume.
did stab her. Wait, what? No.
Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. Confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. This is an Ace Attorney game, after all.
Nobody checked her pulse or anything.
Right?
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has gotten the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. It is the anti-Christmas spirit.
Yeah, I don't know.
One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps.
Oh wait, you mean, you know, that one, the evil Santa
Yeah!
thing?
What's his name?
No,
He's my evil twin.
Krampus.
That's right, it was my evil twin Krampus.
Yeah.
We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. Damn it, Krampus! But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain— I have a name, it's Rianosuke!
Yeah.
That chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Yes, my lord.
in concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court?
As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Mr. Geary.
What? Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
Hey, Shay, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Although I didn't hear like half of it.
Yeah, there's something—
I'll just make stuff up.
There was something about a rose and Krampus. Wild story. I never did change my vote. It still says guilty, by the way. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
Not 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 guilty.
They were saying it, but I
Oh.
appreciate you anyway.
We'll see, you have the headphones. I
I
didn't know it was a
I'm
voice.
sorry.
Were our voices similar to what they had?
I don't know.
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you—
Man and wife.
I was just gonna say that.
You are now married to yourself.
If Gumshoe's not here, who in blazes is to— Wow! Fireworks in the courtroom! Holy shit!
You're gonna start another fire.
Oh, fuck!
See, I was gonna say, with how there have been so many couples involved in this one, like,
Right?
surprised that Natsume didn't like end up with somebody.
Mr. Natsume,
Oh, yes, Lord, sir.
you are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And maybe someone from our side should go to yours and learn your culture.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I said.
I clicked on accident. It's fine. Oh, yes, sir, of course.
You did click on it, sir.
On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Yes,
That one was only 3 words.
you are. Thank you, councils. Court is adjourned. Merry Christmas!
That's the last we'll see of Santa Judge.
Nope.
That we know.
It's the 20th of February also. Hold on, can you take over for— I gotta—
Okay.
I've been holding it.
Let's see. Should I voice this guy? You just sound nervous, right?
Oh, Locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course. Is there another Locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last!
Oh, at last I'm free. I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation. Heady, hearty, happiness, hooray!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Here, I'll let you say it.
What?
Here you go. I don't do it as well as you.
Locum, you did it!
You killed her.
You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, loyal, locum, lawyer.
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings, and from high up windows I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows.
Yeah, it's him! I wondered if he was gonna show up.
I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
I thought I missed the trial.
You did.
Yeah, and I did.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh,
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain?
Well, your haste was not hasty enough.
Ah, it's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
this is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. Punches him.
Right?
My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. He just does the JoJo pose. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir?
Fuck you.
Nothing. Ha ha ha! Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but... He's also doing... They both do poses. They should get along.
They really do.
That was quite priceless.
Poor Soseki-san.
Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Weren't you just talking about being happy 2 seconds ago?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Oh, do you think he'll end up being dead?
Oh yeah, because everybody that is against him ends up dying.
Oh, I hope not. I like this
Let's
weird
see.
man.
See what happens.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Also, I know I have seen people say that some of the characters are based on actual people. I think he might be one of them.
What, Soseki?
Yeah, I think like there was an actual poet, Soseki Natsume, I think.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna look it up after.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't forgotten, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed!
I got the shakes.
It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. Maybe it only happens to people who are actually guilty. Like that guy that we dealt with last time.
So maybe the maid will die.
Oh, God. I kind of actually wondered that if she would get killed in her sleep or something.
Let's see.
I hope not, but, she was weird, but,
If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
What? Of course, she had to demonstrate it.
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan.
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh,
It is... Oh,
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
he looks so sad as he says it, too. He's like...
that's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. The work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. A lot of alliteration, I'm sure.
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Could we stay with you? We need a place to live. Sorry, what about us?
He already has a roommate, though.
she's small.
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? Oh, maybe.
We are going to stay with him, I'm telling you.
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, okay.
Oh, the windowless room?
Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit?
Oh yes. It tries to suffocate. Oh, it's a cat. Remember that we saw a cat
Oh, yeah.
in this room. It's an infallible wake-up call.
We'll think about it, if that's all right.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Oh!
You were right.
When Grezzy's right, Grezzy's right.
Yeah, but is there room for 2 more people? Well, vacancy is convenient. Oh, did what's her name move out? Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then, oh, sorry.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
To protect you from the Reaper's curse.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy.
Locum. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you two. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Maybe in the sequel.
Yup. Yes, I'm sure.
There are 2 games, technically, in this one game.
We still haven't finished this first
Yeah.
one. We're so behind.
We got a whole other... Well, I mean, there's 5 cases, right? So the next one will be the last one.
Ooh.
This was 4. Right? Unless there's 6. I don't know. I think it's just 5, though.
We should do a marathon stream. If it is the last one,
Just play the whole case.
play the whole case from beginning to end, baby.
Oh my god.
That's what I plan on doing with
Well, like the end of Justice for All?
yeah, I think I'm on the last case actually. Oh, so I had danced around the idea of like maybe just finishing it the next time I play. Or because I think I've already started it. But either way, I definitely am going to do that with the very last case in the 3rd game, the one that takes a million years to do. But it's not as long as the Rise from the Ashes case, so you know, it won't be 14 hours long, most likely. We'll see.
But anyway, and hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street.
I knew he would have ended up living in there. Oh geez, we're still going.
You gotta see our new place.
Hell yeah.
The attic room.
Whoa, it moves.
Whoa.
So this
is to be our new office, yes.
Our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So,
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Whoa.
Whoa!
Got the jacket off.
Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much.
And hey, Ross, how you doing?
Hello.
You've made it to the end of our Great Ace Attorney stream. Welcome. How are you doing?
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate.
Iris, you must let me help you.
All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad.
Splendid.
Well, I hope that you have a nice break, though, Ross. I appreciate you stepping in while you're on break.
What?
I know this is extremely unrelated, but if you're a priest and you finish law school, does that make you a father-in-law? I mean, I would say so. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Good one, J. Rain.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us.
Ha ha ha! Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. And Jerry Rainey, you're also the one who voiced Rolly and goes, Sa? Hello, Sa?
Sa! Nice. I bet that was fun.
So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London.
And all the shit it has to offer right now. Sorry, it's a little crazy.
Woo! Woo!
Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance.
It was significant.
Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke, but it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it.
We're turning into a noir detective here.
Bum bum bum! So we finished the Clouded Kokoro!
Landed in London, achievement unlocked!
Yay!
Yeah, baby!
Oh, finally! We've done 2 cases in London.
Funny thing about being a part of these Ace Attorney Chronicles streams, but it's always case 4. So, like, I only done one case multiple times. Oh my god. Man, you know that case very well then.
Yep.
And so then this is...
Oh, wait, there... Oh, no, wait.
Oh, no, that's the first one.
That's the next game, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is the last... The next case is the last one.
The Hound of the Baskervilles will be the last one. I still think maybe we should do a marathon stream, but I don't know. It's up to you. If you'd be down to do it one day.
Maybe.
Maybe
we see if we want to do it next Monday or something.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we feel. But everybody, thank you for coming to the stream today. We're gonna go find someone to raid. Let's go find someone to raid. Oh, that's right. You have it up, so I'll let you look.
Let's see.
I hope that you guys have had fun. Thank you. Oh, here, while we're looking for a person to raid, let's do one more battle royale.
There.
Sorry.
Fight!
Let's see.
Once again, we've got various Pokemon, Animal Crossing characters, and Shonen characters to fight. Battle! Yes!
Do you want to raid somebody new?
I mean, sure.
Let
Let me see. Or actually,
we
there
can
is. Or oh yeah, we could either do Moon.
Is it Violet, Belith?
Here, let's raid either Moon or Leary.
Okay.
They're both moons, after all.
Yeah, that's fine. I think you haven't rated Tsukuyomi Moon before.
Yeah, let's do that then. Yeah. Here, if you get it ready, then we'll do that. Oh, let's see. Oh, Crowan just got Jade.
Oh, it's you and Crowan and Natsukiyuki.
Oh my god. Oh, I just killed Natsukiyuki. Oh my god, and Crowan's got more health. Oh my god, am I gonna die?
It's close though. It's close.
Oh, I want to get that health back. Get that health back.
Turn around. Get the health. Oh wait, you got him.
Did I get him? Oh my god! Yeah! Grizzy wins! Health back right next to me, and I didn't even have to take it. Hey, yeah. I'm humble in my victory. Good job, everybody.
Yeah, totally.
All right, so we're gonna go and raid our friend
Here, wait, I will
Tsukuyomi. Let's make sure that they're still streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not about to end the stream.
What are they?
Well, there's an ad, of course.
Naturally. What are they playing?
They're playing Kingdom Hearts.
Oh, they're playing Kingdom Hearts. Very nice. Very nice.
Well, we'll find out momentarily as soon as this Uber Eats ad goes away.
Yeah, they're in mid cutscene, so yeah, I say we're good.
Sure.
All right, let's do it.
Oh wait, let me go back to your channel so I get some part of the raid.
All right, Raiders. Thank you once again for coming to our stream. I hope you have a great rest of the day or wherever it is you're from. Mwah! Thanks again, and see you later. Bye bye.
Bye bye.